Good morning from Kaunas. It is warm and sunny here. I hope it is warm and sunny on your side as well. If it's not, please accept some sunlight from us today. It is my great pleasure to welcome everybody to an open seminar that we are going to have today called Resilience of Regions and European Capitals of Culture through Community and Business Engagement. It is a summing up event and therefore it is an important milestone of a long journey every one of you has undertaken in the past time. And I will be your presenter. I am Rytis Zemkauskas. I am a curator at Kaunas, the European Capital of Culture 2022. So it's not a very long time to go that we have here in Kaunas, and I will definitely use this occasion to invite every one of you. On January the 22nd, next year, on January the 22nd, we are going to have our grand opening of Kaunas, the European Capital of Culture. So every one of you, of course, is invited. Please mark the date and book your flights. And therefore, I'm extremely happy to welcome here our sister cities, sister European capitals of culture. Leeuwarden, welcome everyone from Leeuwarden. Rijeka, welcome everyone from Rijeka. Timișoara, Matera, and of course, my hometown, Kaunas. The structure of this seminar is very simple. We are going to have our opening session right now. I will introduce the first speaker in a few seconds. Then we are going to have a short break, then split into two parallel sessions, and then we will rejoin for the closing session. It is that simple. I wish every one of you a good and interesting seminar. And I'm introducing the first speaker, and he is Mr. Javier Trussat, and he is head of the new European Bauhaus unit. The new European Bauhaus is also very relevant to my hometown, to Kaunas, which is a famous city of modernism and Bauhaus architecture. Therefore, I'm extremely happy to welcome here Mr. Javier. For his presentation is going to be called ECoC, the European Capital of Culture, a potential laboratory for the new Bauhaus movement. Mr. Javier, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to share some words and some ideas with you. I think that the framework that you offer in this seminar is a very perfect occasion to look at what's the potential synergy that can be brought with the very long and successful experience of the European Capitals of Culture and this very new initiative, which is the New European Bauhaus. So if you allow me, I will try to share my screen to support my few words. So I hope this will work. I suppose you can see my screen now?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. So this initiative of the European Bauhaus was announced by the President of the Commission in a State of the Union speech last September in the Parliament. We were already a few months in the pandemics, and for the President of the Commission, I think it was a way through this project to invite us to think how we want to live better together in harmony with the planet once the pandemic would have ended. It was also, of course, a way to look in a different perspective to the Green Deal, this fantastic commitment of Europe to climate neutrality by 2050. And beyond economics and science, to position the Green Deal as a space for individual experience, positive experience, and benefits in our lives. So the focus was to look at how we could bring this green transformation into the built environment, not only because the built environment is responsible for a critical size of the CO2 emissions, but also because this is simply the place where we live, we work, we live together. And so this project is also a project of connecting people, professions, backgrounds together. So it's in particular a way to connect, as the capitals of culture have been doing for years, a culture with the other parts of society. So culture with science, with engineering, with business. It's fundamentally a design challenge that the European Bauhaus is trying to tackle, and that's why there's a reference to the old Bauhaus. These Bauhaus 100 years ago coined a new design motto, form follows function, on which we are still pretty much living in the design world today. But we need to revisit this motto and to factor now the boundaries of the planet and to aim at higher social purposes. It's also, for the President of the Commission, a project that should look at the way to stimulate new markets for sustainability, making affordable, sustainable solutions across the board. So the scope is clearly beyond buildings. This is not a project about architecture. This is a project about transforming the places where we live, whether in cities or in rural environments, and the way we experience them. So which means also that it covers the lifestyle sector and components. It's clearly a wish also to bring a decisive cultural dimension to the Green Deal in the European Union. It's fundamentally interdisciplinary. It's about bringing together people and professions, and it's an integration challenge. So it's the challenge that the European Bauhaus is proposing is to tackle at the same times the issue of moving towards more sustainability, including circular economy or improving biodiversity. It's about improving at the same time the inclusion, making sure that the places where we live are accessible to everybody, and that the solution that we find are affordable for everybody. And last but not least, it's also at the same time to bring an attention to what people expect from places beyond functionality. So it might be beauty, aesthetics, but it might also be a sense of the place, a respect for the culture of the place, and a sense of belonging that comes with the life in the place, in a way. So we are not in the European Bauhaus when we focus on one of those dimensions, and there are many initiatives that look only at sustainability or only at inclusion or only at culture. You are in the European Bauhaus when in a transformation of places, you aim at integrating those three dimensions. We started this initiative not with a lengthy paper, but with an invitation to co-design the initiative with us. And I think this is something in which we concur with the experience of many capitals of culture that have co-designed their program with their citizens and their businesses and their institutions. So that was our ambition. I will come back to that. We, of course, at the same time, are thinking about how we can mobilize a number of instruments to deliver on the ambitions of the European Bauhaus, and I will say a word about it. And then after 2022, we expect to have a kind of dissemination phase when we have learned from a few pilots what may work, what may not work. So how did we start the design phase? I think through engaging people in conversations, because if we want to really have fresh ideas, we need to have conversations that broach different perspectives. And so that's what we have tried to invite. We also supported this through a kind of toolkit and possibility to harvest conversations on our website. And this is exactly the same method, by the way, we've used to select the members of the high-level roundtable which is supporting the president and the lead commissioners of this initiative. We invited more than 70 people to have conversations about the European bounds, crossing their perspectives. The second element is that instead of having a survey calling for opinions, we have trusted the possibility to learn from the experiences and visions of people. So we have collected examples of what they find inspiring for the European bounds, ideas and visions of what they would wish, or challenges that they would tell us need to be tackled very rapidly. And we have collected, since the beginning of the process, more than 1,500 inputs. We have also systematically shared the ongoing conversations, either on our website, putting all what we receive transparently available for the public to make its own analysis, but also through social media and other outlets. Interestingly, when we look at who has contributed, we see that there's a very important share of the contribution that come from the creative sectors. So around half of the contributions come from people that qualify themselves as part of the creative sectors. And another feature is that there's a lot of representation of the local level. So we have a lot of local associations, very small projects, very small enterprises, and local governments. So it's a consultation process, an engagement process, which has given a voice to people at this level, and that's quite interesting for us. We also succeeded in getting a very wide distribution of contributions across the EU, so we have contributions from all the member states, all the regions. If we quickly go through the messages that seem to emerge, we are still in the design phase up until the end of the month, but we of course have started to look at what we have received. And so if I try to highlight a few things that we see already emerging, is we have a number of key challenges. So people tell us that they wish a strong reconnection with nature. So it ranges from the greening of buildings, cities and public spaces, up to fundamentally re-questioning and redefining our relationship with nature to be centered around life and not around humans as being the center of everything. There's a second dimension which is very strong in all what we see coming, is the people are longing for a better sense of community and belonging. So this kind of recreating, generating social bonds seems to be a strong priority emerging from the consultation. And last but not least, there's also this idea that the initiative should tackle the problem of disconnected places. So the rural versus the urban, but also within cities, the areas that have been a bit abandoned, or that feel abandoned, or that feel that they would need more support. So there's a strong message about reconnecting, rebalancing the attention and the resources devoted to various places across cities and territories. We also have a number of general messages that are coming. So people tell us, and that will be music to your ears, I suppose, that the big challenges we're talking about, be it climate change or rising inequalities, have to find local solutions through small-scale interventions to make sense for people. That's where actually people can connect with the solutions that are found and get their lives improved. Clearly, this is not about simple projects that are mono-disciplinary. It's rather sophisticated interventions that needs to weave various disciplines and various knowledge and various stakeholders, and you're familiar with this. there's a strong plea for having a balanced approach, not looking only at the built environment or the public spaces, but also at the socioeconomic realities around it, as well as the cultural environment. And last but not least, interestingly, when responding to the question, what do you need to achieve your vision or to get more of what you see inspiring, people ask for access to networks, to infrastructure, to knowledge, to recognition, as much as they ask for money. Last bit of findings, I mean, when we deepen a bit the exploration of the triangle of the European bounds, on sustainability, I think I already mentioned it. It ranges from the obvious point of energy efficiency or circularity, which, by the way, focuses on the fact that we should not build new, but reuse what we have. And up to the relationship with nature I mentioned at the beginning. In terms of inclusion, I think there's both the aspect of the governance, and here again, I think the capitals of culture have a long experience in putting in place interesting participatory governance processes. So it's a very rich experience here. But also the need to bring in people that may have specific needs, or people that are in particular minorities, and to bring in a sense of the local economy and how the local economy can benefit from the transformation. In terms of the third pillar of the European bounds, the aesthetics, I think people, of course, mentioned the quality, the intrinsic quality of the place, but they mention a lot what is the connection with the local identity, the use of what are the local talent, the local craft, the know-how, and the improved qualities of the sharing. It's from public spaces up to how we can have a better quality of life through involvement in culture and the arts. So at the same time, so this is a bit the collection of insights. At the same time, we're building a community, and I think, I mean, capitals of culture also have been very good at creating coalition around their initiatives and bringing communities among themselves. So we have more than 550 applications are becoming partner, and we'll continue to grow this community. For the time being, we have 160, I think now it's 180 partners. It's growing on a weekly basis. And interestingly, we have here actors that come from the local up to the international level, and with a great variety of domains. So we see already the vibrancy of such a community where people are invited to get out of their traditional silos, I would say, and the appetite for transversal cooperations and conversations. We also launched a prize as a way to identify further examples of the new European bounds values around us, or to collect also new concepts and ideas that would come from, in particular, young people, what we call the rising stars. And the call has been, ended up at the end of May, and it's been quite successful. We have more than 2,000 applications, and now we will have a participatory first voting by more than 20,000 people that have subscribed to our newsletter. And then there will be an evaluation by our partners I just mentioned. When looking at the categories, you see a bit what are the different dimensions we try to cover to illustrate precisely the wide-ranging challenges and sectors that the European bounds would like to engage with. And you see, for example, products and lifestyles, or as well as techniques and materials, but also things that are related to mobilization of culture, art, and community. So it's quite open, and we expect to also learn from this prize a lot about what people find inspiring for the movement. In September, I think the intention is to come with a package. So we would like to have a number of pilot initiatives that are launched, and I think we want to have with this first package some elements of impact in 4 different dimensions. The first one, of course, is to bring the transformation in places, so in cities, in villages, And for this, there will be both an approach in terms of capacity building. So there will be a number of initiatives that will try to bring capacity where it is needed, but also we'll use the approach of demonstrators. So we'll have some pilot projects in a limited number of places that will be a bit the lighthouse demonstrators for the initiative. At the same time, we'll work on mobilizing a number of instruments to review the business ecosystem and stimulate the connection between ideas and the market. And so it will be using the innovation tools that we have in the MFF instruments. And it ranges from using the European Institute of Innovation and Technology or the European Innovation Council up to using the ECoC-SME program, for example, to stimulate new ideas in the lifestyle sector. Third layer will be changing mindset and culture, and here the capitals of culture are the masters of demonstrating how investing in culture can be a turning point in changing the life, the dynamic, the perspective, and the image of a place. So I think we want to mobilize this very same energy to bring the European Bauhaus to life and to accelerate the transition. And then I think there's these community dimensions we have started to explore with our community of partners that will be an important component of the delivery. In the end, I think we expect to mobilize many different kind of tools, both programs that are managed by the Commission and its agencies, but also programs that are jointly managed with the member states and that you are familiar with, being in the cohesion funds or elsewhere. And I think the idea also is that we will refine over time the package of this support initiative. So in more concrete terms, in September, we will come with a Commission communication that will further define the concept and present this package of initiative. We will have also the prize ceremony, so we will conclude the selection among the 2,000 proposals. We will have the first package, as just mentioned, and I think the President will be happy to also refer to what's a vision for the next steps in the State of the Union speech. So this is about what I wanted to share with you. You've seen that both in the approach we have taken, in the messages that we are collecting, and in the types of impact we want to have. There are strong connections with the experience of the European Capitals of Culture, and I'm sure that we can continue to learn from your experience, and so you're more than welcome in the community of the European Bauhaus. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Javier, for your extensive report. May I have a question for you?
Yes, sure.
Would you agree, and I got triggered by the mentioning of Gestalt here, the aesthetics part. Would you agree that the new European Bauhaus initiative is essentially about redesigning the thinking, more than, say, redesigning the public spaces and things like that, environment?
Right. I think the ambition is to connect both. That is, we need to have both the think tank and the do tank, and to connect both. I think we have a tendency to separate. So we separate vertically between sectors, and we separate horizontally between layers. And we think there's a kind of distinction to be made between those who think and who have the vision level and those who do. And in doing that, we do not create this kind of dynamic that allows people that are the doers to get inspired and or to learn from each other. So I think that's the community dimension we want to bring with this initiative, is to connect the thinking, the visionary approach with actually the concrete doing in the place. And I think that's one of the ambition. This is not easy to do. But that's what we will try hard to achieve.
Thank you very much. And for the rest of us, if you have questions, please put your questions into the chat box. And if we are going to have a short question and answer element at the end of the first session. Thank you, Mr. Javier. And now on to our next entry. And this is going to be a video presentation. The value of interregional learning, the legacy of the ECoC-SME project.
3 years, 7 partners, 6 countries. The ECoC-SME project unites past, present and future European capitals of culture, capitalizing on the potential of their titles to trigger, strengthen and diversify local entrepreneurship. Between 5 partner cities, Leeuwarden, Matera, Rijeka, Timișoara and Kaunas, our approach is co-creation through creative and innovative cooperation, clustering and networking between sectors and between regions. By organizing interregional workshops, open seminars and regional local learning labs, our project partners and our stakeholders had the opportunity to see how other cities dealt or are dealing with similar issues, develop new innovations to strengthen the local culture and business sector, and solutions to alleviate COVID-19 impacts. The result of such an intensive multi-channel interregional learning is the database of good practices. In this database, you can find programs, infrastructures, and networks to support cultural startups. More importantly, these exchanges of approaches, experiences, and practices were translated into our partners' action plans for local and regional policy changes.
In Matera, we have seen how a startup ecosystem can be valuable for cultural and creative entrepreneurs. Together with our local stakeholders, we have put the startup system under the microscope and investigated how we could create a better support for cultural and creative entrepreneurs.
Een van deze acties is erop gericht om het start-up ecosysteem toegankelijker te maken voor culturele en creatieve ondernemers. Een goed voorbeeld hiervan is de Culture Launch Game. De Culture Launch Game is een evenement waar jij in 3 à 4 uur tijd alle fases van jouw culturele of creatieve onderneming doorloopt.
One of our actions was inspired by this cultural launch game. Rijeka has a well-developed startup ecosystem, and Leeuwarden's idea and findings from their local learning labs encouraged us to adapt our existing infrastructure to the specific needs of entrepreneurs and potential entrepreneurs from CCI. We also learned from Matera. They have shown that the sustainable model of creative cities includes collaboration between creatives, artists, experts, researchers, and entrepreneurs. Through our action plan, we will create a space, physical and virtual, in which all these different actors come together, collaborate, learn from each other, and thus prosper.
Our action plan focused on understanding the role of creative industries in supporting local development. And it has been inspired by the work of our colleagues from Rijeka and Timișoara, with their exploration of the cooperation between creative industries and traditional sectors, and their focus on understanding the needs of the sector in order, through their action plan, to give an answer concretely to them.
Timișoara Action Plan covers 3 actions that aim at building increased capacity of SMEs from the cultural and creative sector in all 3 stages of the European Capital of Culture: the preparation, the mega event year, and the legacy years. One of the actions, Oxygen for Creatives, is meant to be a long-term action, an action for 2023 and beyond for a sustainable cultural and creative ecosystem. We took inspiration from Rijeka's creative doctors and looked at our local campaign Oxygen pentru Timișoara.
În timp ce campania Oxigen pentru Timișoara aduce împreună municipalitatea, organizații non-guvernamentale, voluntari și sectorul economic împreună pentru a ajuta spitalele și comunitatea în fața pandemiei, platforma digitală Oxigen pentru Creativ vine în sprijinul antreprenorilor culturali și creativi. Această platformă va fi creată pentru a reduce decalajul dintre provocări, a găsi soluții financiare pentru comunitate, folosind cultura ca un liant pentru o comunitate mai puternică. Un posibil proiect de moștenire pentru Timișoara 2023.
action plan of KONAS focuses on entrepreneurship education and integration of creative communities. During our meetings in Leeuwarden and Matera, we were inspired by a few good practices that gave us idea to include our partners from KONAS 2022 Capital of Culture team and also from KONAS Entrepreneurship Department.
As our project is a couple of months away from finishing the first phase of our project, we can proudly say that we have broadened our horizon and fostered new, meaningful skills, ideas, and relationships. We look forward to the second phase of our project when our actions will be implemented.
Co-creation and action plans, those two buzzwords were mentioned here already, so we will proceed with that. And we will proceed with a presentation of 5 local action plans by the European capitals of culture. 5 European capitals of culture: Leeuwarden, Rijeka, Timișoara, Matera, and Kaunas. Put your attention to the screen, please.
Hello to you all. My name is Andrius Savčinskas. I'm the head of business division at KONAS-IN, Kaunas City Economic Development Agency, and I'm one of the authors of KONAS Action Plan in this Interact project, which I will present you now in the next 5-6 minutes. To start with, the context of KONAS, which naturally dictates the need and goals of our action and the environment in which they will be done and conducted. So in KONAS, we have a population of about 400,000 people. It's the second largest city in Lithuania and the 4th in the Baltics, which is a bit of a problem in a way because KONAS being not the capital city in the Baltics, and the Baltic states being associated with only the capitals as the main socioeconomic centers. So it's a bit problematic for KONAS to being on the similar size to other capitals, but not having the status to go and compete in the general socioeconomic development. But one of the big advantages and important factor of KONAS is its higher education institutions. 7 higher education institutions operate in KONAS with about 46,000 students. We see the salary, the average salary is about 1,000 euros netto, but naturally KONAS as well as Lithuania has this structural long-term challenge and goal to make a shift to higher added value generating economy, this way ensuring the faster than the EU average economic growth. And this is needed to not only catch up the EU average, being the somewhat newcomer to the Union, but also to have talents retention in the city, that those who are coming to study here would stay in the city after their education is done, and also to attract new talents to new businesses and other activities, just in general, to live in KONAS. So we see, and in this project context, we try to use the fact that KONAS will be the European Capital of Culture in 2022, and how this environment and this event could foster the more general multi-sectoral development of the city, focusing on these challenges. So we have 3 main actions. The first one is called Lessons from Business to Culture and Back. The idea is to develop more market economy prepared and adapted orientated creators of culture in cultural and creative sectors. KONAS Artist House, as well as the KONAS European Capital of Culture office, is organizing this fair for these 2 sectors, individuals, participants. And our idea was to bring the practices from business world to share with them, and also for them to work with business problems, this way bringing their own out-of-the-box approach to them, and on the other half to learn the rationale, the thinking of the business sector. So the action has two main tools and parts. The first one would be just seminars to learn main lessons and different lessons from marketing to business rationale from two a bit different subsectors of in general business world. One is corporate and another is startup ecosystems. And the second part is the workshop that I mentioned previously with the real life business problem, where in small groups, these artists and cultural creators would work with this way, possibly bringing a valuable addition for the businesses in these problems. But on the other hand, through this learning by praxis, learning by real life examples, developing their better understanding and some type of skills from business back to cultural sector. The second action is a bit broader, different, focusing on students living and working and studying here in Kaunas. And the idea is to inspire them and equip with the right tools, right knowledge for them to start their own successful startups. So the idea is to have three different parts, the program from three different parts. The first one is more inspirational one, where best, more developed, successful local startuppers would share their stories of failure, success, and what's needed. The second part would be some, in a way, a boot camp for these wannabe aspiring startuppers with the knowledge of local startup ecosystem, basic financial, judicial aspects, and other aspects of very multi-field aspects of startup development, and also some small but primary highlighting and showing of the individual skills that are needed for startup development, like pitching, product development, plans creation, and so on. The third part would be a bit more creative. It would be kind of workshops to create, develop their business ideas from problem solving with the create fast and fail fast approach. This way also bringing in the students themselves to recreate the market and to vote the best ideas among themselves. So the idea is that after this several weeks program, they will be more prepared and not only knowledgeable, but prepared in the skill set and the skill level to start their own startups and their own businesses. And the third idea is somewhat combining and the kind of follow-up step from the first two actions. It's called Kaunas is Growing Talents. It's a citywide mentorship program, which idea is to connect the talented young person, primarily student, who is very soon will be entering either business world or cultural sector, to connect him with the mentor here in Kaunas city. And the idea would be, and the goal that we would anchor them in the city by ensuring their early adaptation and early entry into the job market, as well as the cultural sector. This way also fostering their career and their individual development by this rightly matchmaking with the right mentor. And in general, we believe that these three actions would have a general effect, which goes accordingly and nicely with the strategic development plan of Kaunas City Municipality. And also you can see how all of the three long-term challenges that I mentioned that Kaunas City has, all of our actions and action plans tries to improve and to make a step forward for Kaunas in these directions. So thank you for attention. That is the short presentation of our action plan, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day of the conference. Thank you.
As early as 2007, the first idea was launched for Leeuwarden to become capital of culture in Europe. And I think about 2011 was the year that the first dedicated team was working on the bid for capital of culture. That was a period of time of hard labor, high hills, and very deep slopes. But in the end, we won the title in 2013. And from then on, we were working on the program, and in the program integrating culture on the one side and economy, social inclusion and ecology on the other side. 2018 delivered a lot of terrific events, a bunch of visitors, a load of community involvement in the program, something like 320 million euros on economical impact. And most of all, and most important of all, a huge sense of pride within the Frisian community in achieving this. For us, next is 2028, because after 2018, we are aiming now for 2028, because we are not ready yet. We are looking for ways to renew and re-energize the cultural economical legacy of 2018. We aim to optimize the effect of large-scale cultural events like Leeuwarden-Friesland 2018 and 2028 for the SME sector. And apart from that, we aim to create new entrepreneurship, especially in the cultural and creative industry.
To reach our goals of 2028, we have set 2 objectives in our action plan. 1, to add cultural and creative entrepreneurs to the focus of our startup ecosystem. And 2, to improve the connection between the CCI sector and the development of regional policy instruments. This leads to 2 concrete actions presented in our action plan. 1, CCI-proofing the Frisian startup ecosystem, and 2, connecting the CCI sector to the development of the Frisian project machine. In Friesland, our ecosystem works with an instrument called the launch game. It is a game in which future entrepreneurs learn which steps to take to launch their enterprise. During the 3 to 4 hour game, they meet real experts from the real startup ecosystem. After the game, they have an understanding which steps to take, which time path is appropriate, and most importantly, which persons they can consult when starting up their own business. As we learned that the entrepreneurs from the CCI sector do not know where to start, we have decided to reframe the launch game to the cultural launch game, a specific game plan for the entrepreneurs from the CCI sector.
The local learning labs in Leeuwarden demonstrated the cultural and creative sector felt it was hard to connect to the LF 2018 organization. They were either unavailable, no one was responsible for entrepreneurship, or had no idea of how to support creative and cultural entrepreneurs. At the same time, the CCI sector wasn't that present in the policy instruments of the government. This led to an increasing feeling of urgency by all stakeholders to join the CCI sector in agenda setting and connect the sector to policy instrument of the city as well as the region. To increase the chances for funding for entrepreneurs, it was decided to open a specific window for the CCI sector at the Frisian Project Machine. The Frisian Project Machine takes entrepreneurs and organizations and assists them to find EU funding for their innovative ideas. By hosting workshops, matchmaking sessions, and opening up their network, new EU funding opportunities are targeted. Leeuwarden-Friesland 2028 is our new strategic goal. We start out with a big event, a 100-day event called Arcadia in 2022. And we are working in the meantime on a sustainable ecosystem around CCI startups to ensure that the CCI startup companies have a future after 2028. To integrate the cultural lounge game in the ecosystem of the startups and to integrate the CCI sector in the Frisian Project Machine, we intend to demonstrate that the CCI sector is a serious sector which is important and relevant for the Frisian economic development. ECoC-SME is our first step in realizing the future dreams, and we intend to live these dreams together with the CCI sector entrepreneurs from Leeuwarden and Friesland.
Basilicata Heritage Smart Lab is the action plan developed by Matera Hub, Italian partner of the ECoC-SME Interreg Europe project, to support the cultural and creative industries and the tourism sector in Basilicata region and the city of Matera. It's developed in partnership with the cluster of creative industries Basilicata Creativa. The action plan is based on the policy instrument funded by ERDF 2014-2020 program, Axis 1 Research, Technological Development and Innovation, to develop cluster and smart specialization strategy in Basilicata. Together with Matera Hub, the main partner of this action plan is Basilicata Creativa Cluster, which represents 60 creative and cultural enterprises, University of Basilicata, 2 National Research Center of the Italian territory. But the action plan has been also developed with the support and the cooperation of the municipality of Matera, the Basilicata Territorial Promotion Agency, the Regional Development Agency, the Basilicata Chamber of Commerce, and the Film Commission, together with other relevant public and private stakeholders. Matera Hub, with this action plan, wants to share a challenge with other European capitals of culture in Europe after the exciting 2019 that saw the city as European Capital of Culture. In particular, after this year, Matera Hub explored how the events could boost investment in cultural and creative industries, generating new employment, supporting the new entrepreneurial chains and innovation, not only in the fields of culture and creativity, but also in sectors which are widely relevant for local development, like tourism. There are over 4,500 companies belonging to the cultural and creative sector, and this number is increasing considering those companies which work in our region but are not located in Basilicata. It is important to consider in the sector organizations that belong to arts, performing arts, visual arts, heritage, archives, libraries, use generating contents, cultural and creative industries belonging to films, audiovisual and multimedia, video games, advertising, television and radio, music, architecture, book and press, design, fashion design, luxury brands, and those related sectors that are not creative by nature, but are creative driven. The objectives of the action plan is to foster cross-fertilization processes between the creative and cultural sector and other sectors, specifically tourism and the promotion of local cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible. It wants to foster innovation and new approaches towards digitalization. It aims to activate process of creation of cultural, creative and tourism microsystems on the entire territory of Basilicata region, supported by the regional governments. More in detail, through this action plan, we propose 2 years full of activities to accelerate digitalization processes, help companies, especially micro enterprises, to innovate and overcome the economic crisis generated by COVID, innovate business models in line with the sustainability objectives promoted by the EU Green Deal, support companies to internationalize, help marginal territories like Basilicata to experiment a new way and new models for growth, help younger generation to activate their talents, support the cultural and tourism sector because they are the ones who have suffered the most from the pandemic, improve the efficiency of the public administration, build action that generates social and economic impact in the short and long term. In short, we really aim to change the economy, the social and cultural paradigms of the region through this approach of local ecosystem. But let's have a look more in details to Basilicata Heritage Smart Lab. Basilicata Heritage Smart Lab is a pilot action that will involve at least 10 pilot sites of great cultural value that are present in the region, 10 different areas of Basilicata, starting from Matera, European Capital of Culture and UNESCO World Heritage. It will be done by co-design prototypes through cross-sectorial labs, mapping and defining cultural sites for piloting, networking, and internationalization. The tools that will be used are the platform Heritage Smart Lab and a methodology called Heritage Smart Lab. Each Smart Lab will be a cross-sectorial laboratory involving young people, innovators, designers, cultural operators, tour operators, researchers, new technology expert, heritage professional, researchers, artists, creatives, entrepreneurs, and representatives of local community. Each Smart Lab will generate new digital prototypes and new models for the recovery, maintenance, use, communication, and dissemination of cultural heritage in each pilot site involved. From the labs, 10 new cultural attractions will be created in Basilicata, new cultural, creative, and tourism enterprises will be created, new digital prototypes and innovative projects will be launched. At least 50 young talents will be helped to stay in the region. Businesses will be encouraged to invest in their local areas. National and international stakeholders will be invited to collaborate and cooperate with the players in Basilicata. Altogether, 100 innovators will register on the platform and will be involved in the projects running in the region. Some of the activities foreseen by the Heritage Smart Labs: new experiments with gamification, application of augmented reality and creation of new immersive experiences, use of artificial intelligence and blockchain to manage new content and interact with visitors, developing new paths of transformative tourism, community mapping to create new narratives of territories, new materials and equipment will be used for restoration, and new sensor for monitoring cultural heritage will be developed and applied. Each lab will follow an open design methodology and will aim to enhance and adapt existing prototypes and create new ones. The Heritage Smart Lab methodology will be defined to facilitate teamwork and the process of co-creation, starting from the experience that in 2019 was used through the Open Design School promoted by Matera 2019. The online platform will be used to map existing prototypes or to launch the new ideas that will be implemented inside the labs. The platform will be used through an online section open for innovators, researchers and experts, and organizations that are working in Basilicata, but also in Italy and in other European contexts, who might be interested to participate in the laboratories and will be interested in using the power of creativity to understand how to activate local development. Through this action plan, we really think that culture and creativity can be the way to unlock the talents of young people and enhance the heritage potential to contribute to the local sustainable development of our region. Thank you very much.
City of Rijeka Local Action Plan is a result of joint activities organized under the umbrella of Interreg Europe ECoC-SME project. Close collaboration, joint efforts, participative events with local stakeholders, examples of good practices and lessons learned through Rijeka ECoC Year inspired us to think in more specific way about the needs of the creative and cultural sector and how to improve their linkages with the entrepreneurial infrastructure. The plan was developed during the most challenging year in ECoC history, 2020, when Rijeka was the holder of the title. Since expected ECoC potential was lost due to COVID epidemics, the motivation to make things better was even higher. We recognized two general issues we wanted to solve in benefit to CCI. First, lack of entrepreneurial skills and knowledge, and second, cross-sectoral collaboration. To resolve these issues, we created three actions: creative doctors, creative model, governance model of Rehab Center. And we choose the part of City of Rijeka already existing in entrepreneurial infrastructure, Startup Incubator, as a place we want to implement these actions. What is Startup Incubator? Basically, it is a support center where business ideas are developed by its owners, individuals or teams, only to one day become a startup or successful business. It is a free of charge pre-incubation program with all kind of support for its users. education, workshops, mentoring, networking, working space, business plan development, connections with investors, and international startup scene, cash rewards for the best teams. Startup Incubator was recently moved into spacious rehab center premises, which is one of the most important legacies of Rijeka ECoC 2020. Creative Doctors is basically a digital tool which offers solutions for various problems in CCI by bringing together doctors on one side and patients on the other. The two-way communication will take place at Startup Incubator's Facebook page with more than 2,500 followers. The main goal is to connect those with a problem with those with possible solution in Q&A interaction. Startup Incubator Mentoring Network will have an important role in affirmation of this tool, and we are also planning to implement a physical version, board full of solutions, in Startup Incubator premises at the Rehab Center, depending on epidemiological situation. Creative Model is a new educational program within the framework of Startup Incubator. It is fully dedicated to improve entrepreneurial skills of teams and individuals with business idea in the specific fields of creative industries: film and video production, photography, game development, ICT, new media, design, and other. These specific fields are represented in the Future Business Incubator for Creative Technologies and IT Industry Energana, which could be a next level of support to newly established SMEs. As already said, Rehab was established for the purposes of Rijeka ECoC 2020 project 3 years ago. It was called Hotbed for Creative City and hosted cultural events, civil initiatives, workshops, and meetups, and served also as a press center. In March 2020, during the first lockdown, Rehab closed its door. At the beginning of 2021, Startup Incubator moved into Rehab premises and space was put back in function, including conference hall and huge co-working space. Now we need to renew the position of Rehab with focus on entrepreneurial approach, respecting the legacy of ECoC project. We need to create a new governance model which will define who, how, what, and many other issues in the context of Rehab management. Thank you for your attention.
The action plan was developed in the frame of the ECoC-SME project through an interactive process of interregional and participatory learning and co-creation. Locally, more than 30 stakeholders with 140 representatives were engaged in the 9 local learning lab rounds organized. Different topics were discussed with a focus on European Capital of Culture program as an opportunity still underused by cities and regions for the development of local, existing and future SMEs. We focused on the young and the knowledge sector. We talked about ways to activate potential startups and SMEs in the 3 stages of the mega event: preparation, event year and legacy years. We discussed about cross-sectoral partnerships and how to capitalize on ECoC, and we engaged the cultural and creative sector in Timișoara and its region to analyze how the COVID-19 pandemic impacted the sector and to discover ways of developing the sector in the ECoC context. Our action plan contributes to the improvement of the policy instrument addressed, the Integrated Urban Development Strategy Timișoara Growth Pole, by initiating new actions for existing measures under Strategic Objective 1, and by adding a new measure in order to be able to stimulate cross-sectoral partnerships in the ECoC 2023 context, thus focusing its efforts on a more vibrant CCI sector where new businesses and existing ones have support and a set of actions where they can grow. The 3 actions envisaged bring a new, proactive and innovative perspective, aiming at increasing the capacity of the prospective entrepreneurs to act and stimulating cross-sectoral partnerships in the ECoC context, thus contributing to the industry well-being. Culture to Business Hackathon, Creative Talks and Matchmaking Fair, and Oxygen for Creatives platform are interconnected, complementary actions with the purpose of improving the policy instrument addressed in reaching its Objective 1, increasing economic competitiveness and capacity of innovation through smart specialization. Our Action 1 Culture to Business Hackathon brings together representatives of the CCI, IT&C, and business sectors under the same roof, thinking and developing cultural approaches to new business initiatives. Culture to Business is the result of the inspiration that the municipality of Timișoara found from the ECoC-SME partnership, the launch game, the good practice identified from our partner from Leeuwarden that we adapted to our local needs and culture. Action 2 Creative Talks and Matchmaking Fair is offering learning and networking experiences for a coagulation of the local cultural and creative ecosystem, a hybrid concept where conference meets exhibition to maximize the impact and interaction with the local community. This capitalizes on opportunities offered by the ECoC program to develop existing and future entrepreneurial initiatives through cross-sectoral partnerships between cultural and creative sector, education, youth, and business. Action 3 Oxygen for Creatives is a platform intended to enable the cultural entrepreneurial spirit and the arts and cultural organizations to be more entrepreneurial so that they contribute to the ECoC 2023 legacy years so they can shape a better society. It will offer solutions to various problems and challenges in the CCI sector and brings people and funding resources together for a better community of creative people. It is a kind of greenhouse for startups where cultural and creative actors with innovative business ideas can be also consulted and trained. It is a contact point for entrepreneurially thinking and acting people to share, network, and mutually benefit from one another, a platform for cultural and creative industry activity in which the startup consultants and cultural entrepreneurs will advise teams or individuals from the CCI sector and work with them on their respective startup ideas. Oxygen for Creatives is the outcome and inspiration that we took from the EU initiative New Bauhaus and the Creative Doctors Action developed by our partners from Rijeka. It also relates to our local success story, Oxygen pentru Timișoara, the way in which people responded to community needs in the COVID-19 difficult context. We took inspiration from these initiatives and transformed them into a creative tool for entrepreneurs, coupled with feedback from the focused actions, Action 1 and 2, and the need of the community to take things to the next level. Thank you.
So we are back. We had these 5 very interesting presentations of action plans. I hope those plans will be implemented someday in the nearest future. And this closes the first session of today, the opening session. We have questions from you, from our participants, and I can see that there is a question for Mr. Javier. Mr. Javier, are you still with us? And could you please answer this question, if possible? Mute your microphone. Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm still with you, but I don't have the question because the Q&A thing is empty for me, and I don't have any message in the chat. So if you could, now it's coming.
Wait a second. We are trying to repost it.
It's coming now.
Yeah. I hope you will get it.
Yeah, I think the question is right at one of the messages that comes from what we are collecting through the design phase. Indeed, there's the idea that there's been too much separation between thinking about the physical infrastructure, how we develop urban planning, how we design public spaces and buildings, and how we focus on those dimensions in a way which is disconnected from the people around the economic conditions in which people are living, but also the more socioeconomic and cultural realities, what people aspire to. So there's a kind of missed opportunity anytime you separate both. And what the European Bounce is aiming at looking at the transformation of a place in an holistic way, which brings together at the same time those dimensions. So we believe that we can aspire for more if we, at the same time, when we think in terms of a particular place, tackle its physical transformation. And the physical transformation is both the spaces, the building, and the greening of the space, and its cultural and economic components. And here we see a lot of people coming with examples that are close to the projects we've just seen, where at the same time we look at the reality of the place, which might be like in Basilicata, a lot of heritage places, the resources of the place, which can be people with ideas, small businesses, and citizens that are proud of their traditions and that would expect this to be valorized. And therefore you can together think about how you can transform the place towards more sustainability, towards more vibrant businesses in full respect of the sense of the place for the people. So I think this is a fundamental point that you raise in the question, is and that the European Bounce will try to push, is this what you can win, what you can get on top if you try to address those dimensions at the same time and not in a separate or sequential way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As far as I cannot see more questions. And this closes the first day opening session. A little bit of technical information for everyone of us. Now we will split into parallel sessions. Those participating in room 1, please stay at this session. And those participating in the room 2, please use the link that we posted in the chat window. Use that link and it will direct you to your room 2. And after this session, we will get back on time. I hope we will get back on time for the closing session again together. So, coffee break, and I will wait for you here, right here at room 1. Welcome back. We are at the room 1, and this one of 2 parallel sessions will be called Good Practices from Kaunas, Tradition for Community Building and Creative Economic Growth. We will start from the recorded message. The video clip will follow it, and after that we will have the first of our speakers live here in the studio. So the recorded message will be by Mr. Saulius Rimas. He is head of Culture Heritage Department from Kaunas Municipality, and his contribution will be called Public-Private Cooperation Preserving Cultural Heritage, Kaunas Municipality's Facade Renovation Program. Please pay attention at the screen. We're sorry for technical difficulties. We will start the video once again.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Saulius Rimas. I am head of Cultural Heritage Division, Kaunas City Municipal Administration. And today I'm going to make a presentation of Kaunas Municipality Heritage Restoration Program, which is kind of success story in Lithuanian heritage restoration field, let's say. Well, we have to start with some basics. Kaunas is the second largest city in Lithuania, and the town itself is located at the confluence of 2 largest Lithuanian rivers. So this is where the roots of our city started. And the old town is situated at the same confluence of 2 rivers, and eventually the city developed. It spread further into the hills of Žaliakalnis and so on. And we have pretty tight concentration of built heritage objects. We can say that Kaunas has its specification, or I don't know, uniqueness in its wide variety of different heritage layers. Some come from the good old times, as we call it, from the medieval ages, and that we can see on this picture that comes from the 16th century. I'm sorry, 17th century, and we have also, let's say, a huge in volume legacy that comes from the Tsarist Russian occupation, when Kaunas was, let's say, redeveloped into a fortress, and but the most valuable one layer, as we call it, it's the era of Kaunas as a capital city of Lithuania. It was between 1919 and 1940s, and later I will explain why. If we look at the map of protected areas and safeguarded, individually listed heritage objects in Kaunas, we can see that almost all central part of the city is covered in protected areas. So there's a lot of work to do for us, you know. And let's move on with the Kaunas of 1990-1940s. So it was a phenomenon of interwar modernist architecture when more than 6,000 buildings were erected at the time, and most of them had their distinct architectural style. You may call it functionalism, constructionism, or even Art Deco, but in one word, it's Kaunas modernism. And in 2015, this phenomena was designated with a European Heritage Label, and now we are going, let's say, to UNESCO. We're aiming to acquiring a World Heritage status for Kaunas modernist architecture, and yeah, but let's move on with further slides. So in 2015, we started a new heritage restoration program, which was a unique program at the time because all the heritage restoration programs at the time were funded by the state, by the central government, although our national laws imply that municipalities also can develop such programs and may fund restoration works and projects. So nowadays it is the main municipal tool for building heritage restoration and renovation in Kaunas. We have 130 projects implemented so far. 44 projects more are expected to be implemented this year. Total municipal budget input in this 6 years, let's say, period, it was 2.8 million euro, and building owners' input was approximately 8 million euro. So, as you might assume, it is co-financing program, it's a and I will later explain how does it work. This is a quick glimpse at the dynamics of our program, and here we can see the allocated money in hundreds of millions, hundreds of thousands euro, and implemented objects. We can see that we can talk about 20-something implemented projects every year. How does this program work? It's a form of its form of funding is a subsidy funding intensivity maybe up to 50%. Individuals and legal persons can apply to this program, and any heritage building listed or that is situated within protected area in Kaunas is eligible. Our priority is interwar modernist buildings, for example, those that are designated with European Heritage Label, wooden architecture, and so on. And what activities are funded? Of course, there's restoration works, conservation works, illuminations of facades, installations of disabled entrances, and also development of restoration projects and research. Just a quick glimpse at some of the implemented projects, just to give you an idea what are we talking about. We can see that most of our, let's say, clients are private dwellings, but we can also make a contribution for restoration of monasteries, churches, and some public, let's say, businesses like hotels and so on. And to conclusions, Kaunas Heritage Restoration Program isn't the only existing measure for built heritage safeguarding in Kaunas, but it's definitely the most effective one. It doesn't cost too much for the municipal budget. It doesn't make a huge pressure, but it gives a significant result. And restoration of neglected buildings stimulates other activities and overall city economy. So it gives that snowball effect. And yeah, we can see the results. Let's say the face of Kaunas, of its historical center, is getting younger. It's getting its I don't know, plastical surgery, as we sometimes make fun of it. But yes, it indeed makes a huge significant result for the overall city economy and its development. So thank you very much.
Optimism is not a new architectural style. It is an outlook. There was no shortage of optimism in Europe between the two world wars. After the collapse of the great European empires, new independent states that appeared on the European map shared an optimistic vision of a more promising future. In 1918, the founders of the newly proclaimed independent Republic of Lithuania declared Vilnius to be their capital. 1 year later, however, geopolitical tensions and territorial conflicts forced Lithuania's government to quickly relocate to the country's second largest city. Kaunas took on a unique status, that of provisional capital, which led to the city's radical transformation. The status of capital city gave provincial Kaunas the opportunity to rapidly transform into a vivid, modern city, to free itself of imperial architectural symbols, change its urban environment, create new political centers, and construct new government buildings. The speed and scale of the transformation was extraordinary. Over 20 years, the city's area increased sevenfold. 10,000 new buildings were constructed, incorporating cleanliness, openness, and light. By the 1930s, Kaunas began to see the return of young Lithuanian specialists who studied architecture in Western Europe. Berlin, Rome, Brussels, Paris, Grenoble, Ghent, Dessau, and elsewhere, bringing new trends home with them. These modernists became a powerful collective force that shaped Kaunas' unique style, displaying a bold plurality of modern architectural expression. The creation of the capital city produced favorable conditions for manifesting a national style, which expressed the aspiration to shape the face of a new country. It was Art Deco, which allowed to put together two basic elements of national style, modernism and tradition. The celebration of medieval glory of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, the Baroque style and vernacular art had visible impact on architecture, especially interior decoration. A capital city absolutely needed landmark buildings. One of the most visible structures in Kaunas is Christ's Resurrection Church, built on the hill as a votive gesture of gratitude to the Almighty for Lithuania. The church fully corresponds to the innovative urban idea of a city crown, or Stadtkrone, promoted by the German modernist Bruno Taut. Visible from various vantage points around the city, this national pantheon and monument to independence continues to serve as a symbolic center and city landmark. An exceptional cityscape spatial structure emerged on the terraces of the Nemunas and Neris slopes. The residential district of Žaliakalnis was inspired by the garden city ideas promoted by English urban planner Ebenezer Howard. Drafted in 1923 by the Danish planner Marius Franssen and his Lithuanian counterpart Antanas Jokimas, the villa neighborhoods of Žaliakalnis reflect the active spirit of an era and the creation of a new way of life. Kaunas lost its status as capital after the onset of the Soviet occupation and the Second World War. As Soviet modernist trends began to reach Lithuania, it was the legacy of Kaunas modernist architecture which served as the basis in the 1960s for the emergence of new modernist buildings. Kaunas modernism is increasingly recognized within an international context. In 2015, the European Heritage Label was awarded to the phenomenon that is the provisional capital of Kaunas. The city has also been granted the status of a UNESCO City of Design. A new step forward was the designation of Kaunas as the European Capital of Culture for 2022, and the Modernism for the Future program, dedicated to the rapidly growing cultural heritage community. No less important are the changing attitudes of heritage property owners. Today, the authentic interwar spirit is becoming a highly valued feature in private interior spaces.
We are back in the studio here in Kaunas, and I'm very glad to present my colleague here. He is Žilvinas Rinkšelis. He is one of the coordinators for our Modernism for the Future program at Kaunas 2022, and he will be speaking about specialist communities cooperation. Am I right about it?
Yes.
Over to you, Žilvinas.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I would like to thank for opportunity to be here today and to present our work, actually, and the program, which is very wide, like in the spectrum of activities that we do actually. But today's our focus will be like collaboration of the community and specialists. So just a short introduction, and some facts. So what I wanted to mention that the program was launched in 2017, or it started its work and its activities. And since the beginning, the main aim of the program, or the main theme of the program, was to be a platform or an open space for various kinds of initiatives, mostly artistic ones or cultural ones. Also to welcome professionals from various fields to collaborate and to work together with the building owners, the communities living there. Also to to create and to organize workshops, art and culture, and together create a strategy for preservation, interpretation, and dissemination of modernist heritage, not only locally, but also for foreigners or abroad. So our main activities can be said as artistic interpretations, activities with professionals, local and international presentation. And I will start from the artistic interpretations, just in shortly. And since the beginning, we were focusing on and still focusing on collecting stories that are being told by locals, by community members or residents of the buildings, and sharing those stories that are not official or told by locals, by the owners or by building residents. All kinds of memories, authentic pictures, authentic stories, and so on, merged with the official information, building years, the architect of the building, the former name of it, or the former function of the building, and so on. And all of this information is published in our website, which I just shortly will present. So it's sharing authentic pictures about construction or residents of the buildings. Also, you can see the text, which is in the red color or in black letters. So it's to show what is as a quotation, told stories by the owners or by the residents, and what is official information, and also the contemporary status of the buildings in pictures. And what we do with that, with all this information and with all this material, is artistic interpretation. So we try to use this material and to present this material for all the artists and residents that are coming to Kaunas to work with the program, in the international projects or into local projects, and to create creative interpretations of modernism architecture of Kaunas. So you can see one example of the residency that is happening actually now. There is one artist, Shai Zilberman, which came just almost a week ago, and he came from Israel, and he's interpreting Kaunas modernist buildings in such way as you can see in the presentation at the moment. So it's merging of different patterns of the building and different buildings in one place. Also, as I mentioned before, the local and international representation. So we have also or we are administrating the traveling exhibition, The Architecture of Optimism, which already traveled a lot, more than 10 countries, I think, are visited, and till 2022, and on 2022 it will also travel to other countries, presenting Kaunas modernism architecture, the story and the narrative behind. Also, presentations, as I already mentioned, here you can see the example from the presentation that was happening like in 2017 as a like starting point of the launching of the program and presenting it to the public. Discussions, like various kinds of discussions, like about the topics that are now on the scene. So now I will start sticking more to the activities with the professionals and with the locals, what we have done since 2018. So one of our like first examples of like collaboration was the restoration workshops that we organized like in 2018, and we chose like one doors of Putvinsky Street. You can see how they look like before and how they look like after the restoration. And I will just want to present how the process was happening. So we pick a date, which was like a Putvinsky Street Festival, which is happening like every year in June, because we wanted to attract more people. And for a couple of days, those doors were being taken out from the building, placed on the sidewalk, presented for the public, and the masters of the woodwork and door restoration, they were presenting how this job is being done. So all the public that is interested in restoration, or like they are, for example, they own the building and want to restore some details of it, so they were able to join, to ask questions, and to see how the process is going on. For 2020, we chose a bit different concept. It's like we stick more to the consultation and like education, and we chose not to restore some details, but like more to consult and to share the examples. For example, we chose two places. One was in Kaunas of Kaunas City Museum. Juozas Gruodis, the musician house in Kaunas, and the other one was of Tadas Ivanauskas in Kaunas district. So we chose these buildings as complexes that have not only like a wooden architecture, but also surrounding landscape and like gardens that were also created on purpose. So it was like all the layers that you can present. So it's like not only architecture, how to do or how to restore things, but also how to evaluate the gardens that were created by the previous owners, and what's the value not only about the architecture, but also the context that's surrounding it. The other example was in 2018 was like the conference on modernism. So you can see how many people it attracts. The theme about the architecture and about the modernism in Kaunas. And we are planning to organize again a big conference in 2022, and it's going to be about those like artistic interpretations that we had like before the title years. So we will present all the artistic interpretations that were being done before the actual celebration. The other example, the summer schools that we also done with international partners from Bartlett School of Architecture in London. So we were inviting local and international lecturers and like picking like the theme which we want to dig more, and for 1 week, this collective of students, professionals, and lecturers from local universities and international universities, they were working like on some particular topic and presenting some. It was like actually the process was as a laboratory, let's say, on the local scene, and after that we were presenting like possible plans or possible, I don't know how to say, possible plans that can be done with the cityscape, with the urban plan, or with some particular buildings. So mainly the beginning was always like meeting all together, sharing the context that we are from. Also like presenting the Kaunas modernism architecture and its like iconic buildings, stories behind and the narrative, the value of it. Also visiting local people, going inside the buildings and like listening for the owners themselves presenting the stories or like the restoration processes happening in those buildings. Also, the biggest part was actually workshops, working in teams, like on the themes they have or been given. Also, like after all the summer schools, there was public presentations like about the results. So you can see that during the first summer school, it was happening in front of the Kaunas picture gallery, and the result was some visualizations with the statements in red, like how we can promote modernism, how we can promote modernism architecture of Kaunas, and also how to make its future better, let's say. The second school that was happening in 2019 was more focused on the resort architecture, because during the interwar period, because we are talking about modernism architecture not only as an architecture but as a phenomena also, and the thing that was changing the lives, not only architecture. So, for example, the appearance of the modern resorts like around Kaunas, it was also like one of the features of modernism culture. So the summer school was taking place in Kačerginė and was focusing more on the resort architecture and what could be a possible future for the resort town of Kačerginė. So again, presentations, public works, discussions, and presentations for the local community. And as a result, there was like a book published together with the results, together with the context, the team members, presenting team members, and all the team that was working on. Actually, because of the COVID, we were not organizing the third one. It became a bit different, but the aim was to focus more on the post-war residential architecture, which Kaunas has also like huge districts of that residential housing. So again, it's like working together with the local community and trying to be as close to that local community as possible, and also like working on their local context, like digging or researching that local context, stories, and how people are using architecture, how they behave with it, and so on. And for let's say for the ending, I'll just like to present, because I presented everything like in short, but everything can be found, like all the results, all the material that we created during these years can be seen in the link below in our main website, where we are publishing all the results of the summer schools, video interviews, also videos of the conference. So actually you can see all the presentations from the lectures in the conference of 2018 like online.
Tai, ką mes matom Kaune ir kas čia yra vertingiausia,
atsirado apie 30-uosius metus ir Kaune tai truko iki Antro pasaulinio karo.
Kaunas yra mano miestas, kur aš gimiau, kur aš užaugau, susiradau savo gyvenimo hobį, savo gyvenimo darbą. Gerai yra nebijoti eksperimentuoti ir nebijoti išreikšti savęs. Aš manau, kad Kaunas labai įkvepia būti savimi ir nebijoti būti savimi.
모두에게 해당되는 얘기라고 생각합니다. 저는 영감을 얻기 위해 그저 주변을 신경 쓰고 관찰합니다. 그리고 받아들입니다. 카우나스는 받아들일 온갖 것들이 가득 차 있는 곳입니다. 이곳의 모든 장소들은 각기 개성이 넘쳐 정말로 사람들의 살아가는 법과 창조력에 영향을 끼친다고 생각합니다. 그저 우리는 몸을 맡기면 됩니다.
Julian, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I do have one question for you. Would you agree that your program, basically Modernists for the Future, is a huge educational effort?
Yeah, like in most cases of Kaunas, the Kaunas European Capital of Culture, I think the main, like of the all programs, one of the main aims is like educating the communities and also like working with them. So I totally agree that it's a huge educational program. And actually we try to educate people not like in that old school way also, but like through cultural, through artistic interpretations, like trying to present architecture and the stories behind of it, like in the way they can understand easily.
Thank you so much. Thanks. And good luck with your job.
Okay, thank you.
This was Julian Rinkšelis, and we are going to have our next speaker very soon. I would add to this Kaunas, the European Capital of Culture 2022 educational effort from my own experience as well. As far as we deal with communities here, and communities also is one of the main topics of today for us, we always try to go as deep as possible to the grassroots level. And I'm very happy to hear from most of the presentations, most of the contributions today, that this grassroots level is really now relevant across Europe, and people are getting involved, people are getting energized, and people are getting more and more power, so to say. And I think that this could lead us to really better European future. And now my next guest will be Dr. Osvaldas Stripeikis. He is head of Minded Entrepreneurship Academy, and his contribution will be called Where Business Meets New Generation, Creating the Future Entrepreneurs via Creative Business and Innovation Design Program. Osvaldas, over to you.
So, hello everybody, and I would like to, just a moment. I would like to present my topic and to speak about experience from Center for Enterprise Practice. We just had for 6 years experience working with young generation and trying to have some common ecosystem with business community. And speaking about context, for the moment in Kaunas city, we implemented some academia, entrepreneurship academia for students, also some experience academia for children and pupils. And from that experience, we raised the question how could we combine business community and young generation in order to make some value for city community. And from our perspective, we have some good examples. Our Entrepreneurship Academy was elected one of the best projects in Europe, training entrepreneurial mindset. And from our experience, we have more than 1,000 alumni students which participated in our academia. And also we have more than 80 business partners in order to have different and various cases. And I would like to start a question, what about the future? Because speaking and training young generation, we need to have different perspectives and different attitudes. And training and having in mind the young generation, we thought what new ideas could come to 2030. And in that point, we came up that in the nearest future, there could be lots of different competences needed to have in mind. And our main program, we call it Creative Business and Innovation Design. It's the last program for 3 years. We have it implemented together with business partners. And I would like to tell a bit more about this program and the main attitudes. So speaking about nearest future and competences, one of the main competence which we need in order to have different approaches is design mindset. And it's very important because design mindset is an element which could unite business community, which could unite young generation, and also which could unite different approaches from city community. And in our program, we seek that, we think that we need people with lots of ideas, with different attitudes, and in order to create social and business ideas available. And our vision is open-minded society. And Kaunas is the right place where we could have such ecosystem, and Kaunas is very perfect place to get such program done. So the main question is what is common among youth, city communities, business and academia. And for our 6 years experience, we came to the conclusion that the best method and the best approach is design mindset. It means that if we want to connect or reconnect business with city community and with youth, we need to use design mindset. It means that we need to train some kind of values. But from our experience, design mindset is not enough to be effective. So we started to think what's the main aspect, and we came up that we must start with some competences and values of youth and of young generation. And thinking of that, we created a Q-thinking model, which is very important, developing design mindset and connecting business and youth generation together. And our Q-thinking model is combined of three different steps. First step is very important, it's experience. So our attitude is that in order to create different ideas, business or social, we need to think about experience which participants could gain from that projects. Second step is creativity, and we seek different methods how to find ideas, how to evaluate ideas, would it be social or business. And the third very important step is initiative. It means that to have a good idea, it's not enough, you must put it into action. So going through these three steps, from our experience, it's a very good approach, because if we speak only about creativity, and not about experience and initiative of these ideas, it's not fulfillment of this model. So speaking about experience, we speak about pedagogical and entrepreneurial experiences. And during different methods, our participants could ideate, experiment different ideas. And what's important, that they can create value together with different team members. And experience is supported by another very important element, it's personal development program. Because if we would like to grasp a new generation that they could take different ideas, they must think and be motivated to change themselves. And experience is a very important part. And another step, when people get acquainted with their experience, they come to another step, creativity. And here we managed that to create ideas, we can use very different methodologies. Of course, one of the main approaches is design thinking as a method who helps to create a design mindset. But of course, we have lots of different methodologies in order to grasp ideas, to evaluate them, to make empathic attitude with clients, with community, to make prototype and to evaluate these prototypes. So it's very important step. And the third phase is called initiative. It means that we must give opportunity to implement ideas. Would it be some social project? Would it be some cultural project or startup community? And having all this experience in mind, so we elaborated 3 steps model. Starting with experience, then going to creating different ideas and to initiating these ideas. And this methodology could be implemented in different time scope. It could be, let's say, 1 month period, or it could be 3 years program, as a creative business and innovation design program is for the moment. So we have hope, and we think that for young generation, Kaunas is a perfect place to live, to be, and to create different ideas. And the main worth of such projects is that youth could train entrepreneurial attitude and competences in practical projects. Of course, it's they train how to solve different problems and challenges, and they could establish useful contacts, networking with important stakeholders in order to implement different ideas. For business community, of course, the main question is how to understand new generation, and they are future workers of the business. So it's very important that in these creative projects, business take active part as mentors, not only as donors, but also as mentors, as teachers, in order to better understand the new generation and to come with expertise and some suggestions. And of course, for city community, if we have people with different ideas, with different initiatives, it's very crucial in order to make a city community better place with different attitudes. So that's all, and the Creative Business and Innovation Design Program is only one of the elements which could take place in Kaunas. There are lots of other initiatives, but together we speak about the same idea that we need people with open mind, with initiative, and who could change the future of city and of the country. Thank you.
Osvaldas, thank you so much. I do have this question for you. Do you feel supported by the university? Does this huge institution understand your aims and your goals and your work?
Yeah, I think Kaunas is a city of universities. There are academic city, and we think that university is very important stakeholder in all this ecosystem in the city, and we have support from university by mentoring, by providing some expertise if we need to come with ideas. And of course, I could say about Vytautas Magnus University is a university with a liberal mind and with very nice attitudes to the community. So of course we have very big support.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we are having a short video clip, and after that I will be back with the next speaker of today.
Welcome to the EQ Thinking Planet. I am one of many travelers that have been exploring this planet for some time. What is so special about it, you may ask? Well, let me show you all of its beautiful corners. It's not gonna be an easy journey, I tell you that, but an amazing one. If you'd like to come along, don't forget to bring your values with you. You can take everything that's important to you, but this planet is built on curiosity, partnership, initiative, and self-expression. So I'll take them. At first, I'd like to show you the highlands. It's the hills of experience. It is said that all the great masters of experience design have climbed all of these peaks here. This part of the journey is for your emotional intelligence and to set your mindset for the upcoming challenges. Here we create meaningful experiences for you, your team, or your partners from other planets. I'll come back to them later. You would think these hills are too steep to climb by yourself? No worries. Everyone has a mentor here to lead you through the trails. Pretty awesome hills, huh? Let's see what's next. Now we are stepping into the forest of creativity. As the nature grows its flora here, we grow ideas. These ideas are often solutions to the real-life cases of business companies, social organizations, or communities. The main thing about this forest, there are no lonely wolves here. We designed our ideas in interdisciplinary teams. Oh, and one more thing. A good forest ranger needs to have a set of tools. For the creation of ideas, we use lots of techniques and methodologies, such as design thinking, Lego serious play, business model canvas, method kit, and many others. You will have time to master them later. Let's go further. Now, take a deep breath. Smells like changes, right? This is the ocean of initiative. It may often be rough or windy, but don't worry. It is the process of empowering your idea to make a real impact on the world. See those clouds above? Well, believe it or not, they form in those hills and forests we have visited before and burst out raining exactly here in the ocean. That's how entrepreneurial competencies work. We developed 4 of them. emotional intelligence, creative thinking, teamwork, and effective performance. Beautiful. But I have one more place to show you. Although, we will have to clear the clouds for a little while to see better. It's the space. Our planet wouldn't exist without two supporting systems. That one, the galaxy, do you see? It's called Smart Practices. It's a model of developing value-creating partnerships between students and business communities, the partners I have mentioned before, remember? The main elements of this galaxy are case solving, creative workshops, and mentorship. On the other side of the sky we have one more important galaxy, multicultural field. It is similar to Smart Practices but is found in international dimension. It consists of international cases, study visits, and international boot camps. Whoa, what a journey, huh? I'd like to thank you for accepting this challenge to travel with me. I really hope to see you again soon. And until then, remember that experience is the main thing shaping our future.
I'm back with my next speaker today, and he is Paulius Nezapitauskas, and he is director at Kaunas Science and Technology Park. And I assume, Paulius, you'll be speaking about startups?
Yeah, as always. Thank you.
Okay, over to you.
Okay, so I hope that I have to speak today about startups and also the Kaunas ecosystem, maybe. But well, I will come to that from larger scope. What's happened in all Lithuanian ecosystem, because it's so important, and the Kaunas is a part of our Lithuanian ecosystem in Baltic states, because our main focus from our companies and our startups is mainly focused on global scale, the scale of companies from Kaunas, from Lithuania to global scale. It's so important. Who we are, so we're Kaunas Science and Technology Park. Tomorrow will celebrate 23 years. So we just significant, actually, the organization in Kaunas and also in Lithuania, one of the largest community in Lithuania. Actually, who we are. Mainly, we focus on develop the startups, develop all our ecosystem. Now we have more than 115 companies in house. So part of them, the 35 and the 40% of them are startups and mutual companies. So we work with the pre-seed and then seed companies, and I think in early stage. So also it's so important to have a area or the system in organization, like to build a community first, because if you would like to select the startups, to get a bunch of the startups, you need to firstly to have all figures and all stuff in all ecosystem. So we our main orientation and the focus is on R&D companies and talents. Also, we work not even with Lithuanian companies, not Lithuanian teams, but also with their foreign teams. So we attract them. We develop or we help develop more than 500 startups. And so this is our management and development board. So now today we focus on our quality services, because it's so important when we like to structurize your company and do the better services for startups. Because we have more than 22 projects, international projects, with more than 25 partners from all Europe, which helps us to make relationship between and to merge B2B or to merge the startups in Europe and in every world. So a little bit about our ecosystem in Baltic states. So compare 2020 and 2019 years, so we in Lithuania developed more than 1,000 startups. It was actually the main idea of Ministry of Economy, just to develop more than 1,000 startups, and we did that. And comparing with Estonia, our startup development, the line was step by step. And the next thing is not quantity of the startups, but quality of the startups, because the startups has to be more attractive for raise the funds, and the funding you see in the graphics they raised from 2016, because the government decided, to develop the risk capital funds together with joint venture with the private funds. And it helps the boosting our ecosystem, our startup ecosystem, in Lithuania and in Estonia as well. Of course, the pandemic in 2019 and 2020 a little bit stopped investments, but now is also the booming investments into the startups. So about the unicorns, we quite often talking about the unicorns, and in Estonia we have at work. We have the one. But we still trying to reach the second unicorn in Lithuania. The most important in the ecosystem, the main players is venture capitalists, business angels. The corporate partnership is so important to work with the corporates, because the corporates they develop their own products, their own services, and it's the merge between the startups and the corporates is so important, because it helps to develop a new products for corporates, to add new product and enlarge new product portfolio. The startup accelerators, as I mentioned before, with the government helps. We have 5 new, not new actually, but before 5 years old, the venture capitalists, and also the accelerators in Lithuania, and we waiting of 3 new risk capital funds this year. So the booming sectors in Lithuania: fintech, mobility, security, life science, and the gaming. I would say that in Kaunas, so important the life science, the gaming, and then some security companies. They develop own products. Well, what happens in the startup ecosystem? And why we are so important, Lithuania, in all Baltic states, for example. We have the strong technical talents. We missed that talent, but the universities produce for us IT talents. Also, we are ranked on global fintech, education, higher education, and also English proficiency among young professionals. Also, internet and easy starting the business. The challenges, of course, which we missed and which are trying to, to change situation in Kaunas. So ecosystem is still missing acceleration program, and also event and hackathons, which is related with the startups. More active knowledge sharing and mentoring. We need a lot of mentoring from different kind of countries and from foreign countries. And of course, a lot of activities happen in Vilnius, which is we have to decentralize the startup ecosystems, and that it helps to boosting our systems in Kaunas too. So our organization is Kaunas Science and Technology Park. The last year was significant for our startups, because the turnover of the companies, of our companies in-house, raised from 32 to 43 million euros. So 10 million turnover was bigger than in 2019. So which means that the lockdown it doesn't change the situation. They help for the companies to find a new client, new customers, and I think that I'm just trying to forecast that the more find the companies which need digital transformation, and then change the business into online business. And for our companies, it was a good challenge and a new business goal. Well, what is interesting that companies which have got a lot of offers from the traditional business, they raised not even turnover, but they invest also in R&D, which means that the companies understood that without any innovations, without the new products, you cannot raise your companies. You cannot increase, your turnover. So our companies last year invest 8% in R&D. Very important networks, because the network 80% help for the startups and for innovative companies to build on sales and promotion, not even on that, so they can find the partners and so on. So we as an organization, we have to open the gates for the startups in the rest of the world. I mean, first of all, in Europe, in Asia, and in the United States of America. So we are the part of CERN incubators. We're working with the organization with CERN and help to produce and then to show our technical solution of our companies. Also, as I mentioned before, we're doing the International Coaching Day, which helps to find the new mentors and the new investors twice per year. But we have international projects, for example, like Scale Up Champions, which actually connect the startups with corporates and investors in all Europe. And it helps, for that angle, that triangle helps to raise the business and scale up the business in the rest of the world. So the pre-acceleration program, why we did that? Because we realized that if you would like to follow the business trends, and if you like to help for the startups to raise the money and to develop companies very fast, so that we prepare the worldwide pre-acceleration program. We were nominated in 2018 as the first place in actually the World Science and Technology Parks. So per year, we launched 25 companies, 25 startups through our pre-acceleration program. And last year, we helped for companies raised €500,000 for own businesses. So this is a pre-acceleration program for startups. And I mentioned that almost our activities focus is international and 21 projects, and only 2 national projects we have. And innovating solution database and all that matters for our companies. We're promoting our companies. We're doing the press release. We're trying to open the doors for the corporates. So public relation and B2B and that network with B2C, it helps our companies to find the new customers and find the new clients. That's about us and what we are doing now in Kaunas and how they're boosting our ecosystem.
Thank you, Paulius. You have mentioned in your report that Kaunas, of course, gets less attention in comparison with Vilnius. Kaunas is a second city, of course, and this problem exists all over Europe. Second cities or third cities, especially in small countries. Do you feel support from local government here, from municipality, or understanding of what you do?
Well, honestly saying, not so much. We are working with the Kaunas very closely because we're sharing the information, we're sharing the events. But actually understanding how to run the startups and how to build the Kaunas as a startup hub, during the Baltic Sea, in the Baltic States.
Because it is a question of policies, it's a question of, legislature sometimes, right?
Yeah, sometimes yes, but I think it's mindset.
Personal. It's culture.
It's culture. We have to develop that, and then we have to prove that the small companies, it actually, like huge angle and a huge challenge for the city, but it's opportunities to attract and to build health ecosystem. Attracting for example, companies from Belarus, what's happening then, but there's a lot of IT companies there, so they can actually relocate in Kaunas and to become a new. They can found there a new house for us, and the IT specialists and IT companies also can be like a partners for mutual companies. Also near us Poland, and then there's a Ukraine. So geography and geographical our location is quite good and quite open for them. So we have to somehow to make reality this opportunity.
Thank you, Paulius. Thank you very much. Okay. And this concludes our second session, first room number one. And now we will have a short break because I hear that they still having their session in the room two. And we will meet, all of us, together at 13:45 Central European Time. Yes. So see you there. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. I hope we all had our fruitful sessions, and now we on to the closing session of today. And without much delay, I would like to present the all over again. Sorry for technical difficulties. Those online sessions, they are really a nuisance, aren't they? Once again, welcome back, everybody. I hope we had all our fruitful sessions, and on to the last session, the closing session of today. And without much delay, I would like to introduce the last speaker, and she is Coordinator, Culture and Creative Industry. Is the microphone finally on? Thank you, thank you. Sorry once again for those technical difficulties. Really, my dear friends, these online sessions are a nuisance, aren't they? I hope someday soon, we will be able to be together live, you know. But meanwhile, we are up to the closing session of today. I hope we all had our fruitful discussions before that. And now the very last report of today. And I would introduce the last speaker, last but not least, of course. She is Ekaterina Travkina, and she is Coordinator, Culture, Creative Industries and Local Development from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And she is joining us from Paris. And your questions are most welcome. Please put them into the chat box. Ekaterina, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much, and I'm very happy to be here, and a big thank you for inviting me, and I also really very much enjoyed all the discussions today from the very morning, learning from the international projects, and now I attended, in fact, the session with Kaunas, and I was overwhelmed, honestly, with all the breadth and richness of what's going on there. And well, maybe I have a bit of a special feeling for the work on the modernism architecture, and well, it was mentioned that architectural optimism there, because I love very much this style, and I was impressed by the whole variety of things that are happening there, with the traveling exhibitions, restoration workshops, consultation and education activities, the work with the owners of the buildings, with the community, with those who live in these buildings, conferences, international summer schools, etc. So laboratories. So for me, it's really an excellent example for all of us to learn on how to help reconquer the identity of the place, rebuild it, rethink it. So it's an example of art and community regeneration and many other things, education and etc. with quite a number of more tangible outcomes. And of course, well, I loved all the two presentations on entrepreneurship, skills building, Minded Entrepreneurship Academy, and the Startup Accelerator. So there we spoke about the creative skills, the design mindset that is needed, and of course, the innovative way to support the startup and business development within the creative sectors. So a lot for us to learn, for me, to learn from that. And I was really particularly interested in that because currently the OECD, we are doing a review on cultural and creative sectors in Lithuania with a special focus on Klaipėda Neringa and Palanga. So of course, I would love to reach out to all the speakers to learn a bit more the nitty-gritty of how and what they do. I was a bit worried when I was listening to all the presentations from this morning up till our breakout sessions, because I was thinking, so what can I really add here that could be of interest to people? And something that I heard several times is that okay, that's very interesting, but is the local government helping you? What's your interaction with the local authorities? Are they aware about all these potentials? Do they help, etc.? And maybe it's in this area that the OECD contribution can be hopefully useful, because we don't work so much, as you know, with ministries of culture. This is not our mandate. UNESCO is working with the Ministry of Culture and some other organizations, but we probably complement this work because our constituency, our counterpart in the governments are the ministries of economic development, regional development, city development, employment, inclusion, etc. So we see our mission as really explaining to these policymakers the true value of culture, how culture can help achieve their goals, these broader economic and social development goals. So, and of course, as we know, very often they see, well, culture as a leisure, as a cost, etc. So they don't necessarily see clearly this link between culture and their own objectives, right? So what we're trying to do is really to demonstrate, to capture all these wider impacts. Another thing that I thought maybe can still be useful is that we didn't hear so much about the, not so much about the impact of the crisis, obviously. I mean, we all lived through it, and Rijeka mentioned it, and all the projects had to reimagine, readapt very quickly, so fall and jump very quickly with the new project design, new approaches. But maybe what was a bit not mentioned is how really the sector suffered in terms of jobs, in terms of revenues, incomes. So maybe still my presentation can highlight some of these aspects. Okay, I go into the presentation now. Let me see. Voila. So I wanted to maybe quite briefly present this overview that we prepared on the impact of the crisis on cultural and creative sectors across OECD countries. So obviously, well, the impact was very dramatic, and we know that well, the sectors represent quite substantial shares of employment across our cities and regions in the OECD, and substantial contribution to GDP as well. Well, you can see here some of the data and how the crisis really affects different places, with a lot of impact on capital cities, on large cities where there is a high concentration of creative sectors. But this is a very conservative estimate, because as we know, the data that we have, the official statistics, they don't capture the full employment in the sector. They don't capture the secondary employment, the voluntary work. And this is something that, well, it's quite a barrier for many policymakers to understand the real scope of the sector. And this really reflects how the sector is structured. So we all know that, of course, there are a couple of very big international private players there, but most of the firms and people working in the sector are self-employed, micro businesses, creative professionals. They combine sometimes a salaried job half-time, and then they are self-employed. So they're not at all captured in the official statistics. Well, we also see that not all sectors were affected in the same way. Of course, the so-called venue-based sectors, museums, festivals, had a very dramatic impact. But some others, like firms in the digital sector, and especially the big streaming platforms, they saw their revenues increase, with an underlying question of how these revenues are distributed down to the creators of the work. let me move maybe to the next slide. Yes, well, a few months ago when we were doing this analysis, and maybe some of these conclusions remain still valid, we had this rather pessimistic conclusion that the effects of this crisis will be long-lasting. So they are very dramatic, very profound, and potentially long-lasting. And it's quite important maybe to underline this when we speak to different policymakers, because there were a lot of rescue packages there, but if the effects are long-lasting, well, this investment should continue. Why do we think that the effects will be long-lasting? Well, because still today, a lot of cultural institutions, even if they reopen, like museums or theaters, they work at a reduced capacity, which means their revenue streams and ticketing revenues are still very much reduced. So if, for example, museums, they had to stop the contracts with external freelancers, well, a few months ago, now they are not in a position to rehire them. So these people, they lost their incomes and they will have to go away and find maybe a job in some other sectors, not necessarily cultural or creative. We also saw that there was this tremendous drop in investment in future production. What do we mean here? For example, festivals or book festivals or film festivals, they are not only useful for community regeneration and to bring the tourists' dollars to be spent when people come and visit the festivals, but they are platforms for making the deals. So people come to sell their future production there. Writers, I don't know, filmmakers or musicians. And as festivals were cancelled, all this future revenues, all this investment didn't happen, and we're filling this gap in the investment today and still in the months to come. Also, of course, we saw this increased investment and rescue packages from the private sector, from the philanthropy organizations. But as maybe now they redesign their priorities, we can expect some of this to drop as well. If there are no incentives introduced by the government to incentivize private donations, etc. And we also see that there is a likely reduction in public funding, especially at subnational level. And I wanted to show this chart, which shows that in OECD countries, the subnational government expenditure in culture represents up to 60, well, roughly 60% of the overall government expenditure in the area. And of course, local budgets are under enormous strain now after the crisis during the, well, in the coming months or years. So all this depicts a rather worrying picture. Well, of course, we also, well, there was, as I was saying, a tremendous response both from the government, from the public sector in terms of public funding, employment support, business support and structural policies. And this was very much also accompanied obviously by the local government efforts, the private sector itself, the foundations and the collective management organizations, all introducing different measures. But we maybe when we think about the government responses, what we saw very clearly is that, and I mean, I think the message is very loud there, that a lot of these measures, they were not adapted to the specificities of employment and business models in the creative sectors. So, okay, they were introduced, but were the creative professionals able to access them? In many cases, not. So they were excluded from what was offered to the others, but not to them. So this really underlined the urgency to inject flexibility, for example, in government public employment schemes, etc. Well, obviously, as mentioned today already by all the presenters, what are the opportunities now? And well, of course they were before, but maybe now in the crisis, they become even more visible. Opportunities of these different crossovers between cultural and creative sectors and other areas, like through digital. And we heard a lot already about the virtual reality and the new experience economy in some of the presentations. Obviously the crossovers with education. It was very obvious during the lockdown periods, but even more clear today. And we also heard today about the creative thinking, about the design thinking. So that's probably the contribution and the overlap, well, the contribution of cultural and creative sectors to building the skills needed for the future. And of course, the crossovers with health. and well-being. And if before it was more of a qualitative understanding of professionals who work in art therapy activities or in the health sector as well, they were saying that yes, we as those who do it and who use it, we see the value. But now, with the publication of the World Health Organization scoping review on this area, I think those who were having doubts about this are really changing their minds. And of course, well, there are all these enormous crossovers with tourism, which was also extremely affected, but now there is an opportunity to rethink and create new models of creative tourism. As I was saying, maybe one of my last messages here is that, so what are the conclusions for the future? And the conclusions for policies may be other than cultural. So, of course, well, there is a need to for the support to reach the creative professionals and firms, well, encourage investment in cultural production. But as I was saying, it's very important to rethink the self-employment schemes and income support measures so that they are adapted to the new and hybrid forms of employment. And, well, this is not so new, but maybe there is an urgency now to widen innovation supports to cater for non-technological innovation and improve very much access of creative firms to business startup and development finance, and maybe well, pay a bit more attention on how to leverage the intangible assets there. Maybe with more broader messages that we're trying to convey through our work is that there is indeed this need to, well, view culture not as a cost, but rather as an economic and social investment. There is a need to culture-proof all these different policies so that there is a level playing field for creative professionals and firms in terms of their access to employment, innovation, and business support measures. And well, there is this need to mainstream culture as a part of other policy agendas so that they also integrate it to achieve these broader social and economic goals. And as OECD, of course, we always call for better data and for the need to gather more evidence. And as in the OECD, I work in the program which is called Local Economic and Employment Development. Of course, we also pay a lot of attention to the capacity of local governments, or beyond the cultural departments in local governments, to integrate culture in the broader economic and social development strategies. So maybe, what do you think? Maybe I can stop here and we can discuss. I don't think we hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear? Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for these inconveniences called COVID-19. Do you think that this question I have from the last slide that you had. Do you think that cultural sector is still largely underestimated by governments, by businesses, by media? And what can be done to sell this idea that culture is an investment, as you had said?
Well, I guess it is very much so, because when we stay in the cultural circles, when we preach to the converted, well, of course, everyone knows that there is a lot of value, social impact, cohesion, urban regeneration, community identity, etc. So we all know the words, and I mean, we know the words, but you people, you do you do all this. But when we go out of these cultural circles, there is always this skepticism, and well, okay, that's nice, yes. Well, I also like to go to the museum, yeah, I enjoy it. But show me the evidence, economic impact. But there is just this tiny percentage of jobs there. Or I don't know, well, impact on health, you say. So I think, yes, there is a lot still to be done to sell, in a way, this agenda with better data, well, as I was saying, but without this, it's not possible to convince the Ministry of Economy or Ministry of Finance. If you don't show the true share of cultural employment, and in my presentation, I didn't even mention, okay, we can't capture the second jobs, the volunteer work, but we can't even capture the jobs outside of the creative sectors. Well, these famous designers who work for the automotive industry. In the statistics, they don't appear, but in some regions, they will, if we count all these guys, this will double the size of cultural and creative employment, okay? So with this kind of arguments, I think we can convince, we can build convincing story for the other presenters.
Maybe this happens because the very concept of how we understand culture is still too narrow. As you had mentioned, we're down to arts, basically. And I think it's not the way to go, because we must think broader. We must understand culture far more sophisticatedly, so to say.
Well, in a way, well, I'm not sure about if it's sophisticated. It's just counting things. It's really putting the list of sectors that are there and explaining their economic impact in terms of jobs, revenues, and I'm not even talking about the impact assessment studies that count the induced, well, the supply chain effects. These are important as well, but just capturing the real size of the sector is pretty important. And there are, I mean, and then also capturing all this innovation spillovers and crossovers, as we say now. Yes, cultural and creative sectors are an R&D provider for many other sectors, right? So cultural as well, not just the creative ones. And then they should be recognized as such. And then, well, hopefully this question whether they should be subsidized and there should be continued public funding for them should not have the right to exist, because also in cultural and creative sectors, with this public funding, there is this freedom to experiment and to come up with new ideas for other sectors across the economy. So, voilà.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'm afraid this concludes our day today, and this concludes our seminar. Big thanks to all of you from us here, from the team in Kaunas, and see you in Kaunas in January the 22nd next year. Let's meet in person. Okay? Thank you. Goodbye.